Hello. Hello. Greetings. Hello. Hi. Hi there. How you doing? What's up? How's it going? Another day is wrapped up in the FIFA World Cup 2026. We tried our best to cover as much as we could, but we couldn't keep up. That's fine. Here we are today with the round of 32 games that have gone down, that have happened already. Some surprising finishes. Some teams have gone home who perhaps some might have thought would have won the whole World Cup. We'll discuss all those things today and how they relate to the world of FC Mobile, the world of gaming, and how they might relate to you personally, how they relate to us personally. I'm here with my lovely co-host. She'll say something every now and again, kind of off the cuff for her, but she's here with me, as always. Yep. This is a HELLARICHSF Gamer Universe Round of 32 World Cup 2026 FC Mobile live stream. And we're here to answer any and all questions, comments, concerns regarding the World Cup, regarding FC Mobile. We'll kind of do all of it as much as we can. So, of course, the basis of the stream is the World Cup. So we'll talk about that. And then, we'll segue into what's happening in the FC Mobile world. This is the last week, as far as we know, according to division rivals. So if we go into First Attack, for example, it says that the season will end in 45 hours, 44 minutes, and 15 seconds and counting. Not sure. I guess there's two phases of the World's Game season. So the first phase is going to be done with basically on Thursday. Here right now it's Tuesday. Where we are located, it's Tuesday, 1:15 in the afternoon. Not sure where you are. But any such case, on Thursday, the first phase of the World's Game will conclude, and the new phase will begin, we suppose. That's fine. But first, let's talk about the World Cup and the round of 32 matches that went down today. The first was between Germany and Paraguay, or Germany and Paraguay. Surprised to see that Germany couldn't really, do what they were supposed to do against Paraguay. And some might say, well, how does that happen? If the United States was able to beat Paraguay with no problem, why weren't Germany able to do that? And I think at the end of the day, it comes down to just the desire to win. And some might think, well, Germany had a desire to win. Maybe Germany as a whole, in terms of their supporters, things like that. But the players on the pitch, sorry, I had to sniffle there. The players on the pitch, they didn't necessarily have the same desire to win as did the players of the Paraguay team. Now, some might say about the controversy regarding the header put in by Ta, that was not fair, and that kind of swung the momentum. And we understand that sometimes things happen in a game, but at the end of the day, you can't make excuses for example, missing penalties. In our opinion, professional players at this level, they shouldn't necessarily miss penalty shots so badly as Todd did, for example. It was a terrible, terrible penalty shot by him. And I'm not saying it was completely his fault that they lost, because it's a team sport, but it was pretty bad. And in the end, even Voltemad, who now I wondered, was like, why don't they ever play Voltemad? Why is he always on the bench? Basically, he's not playing. And when it came time for him to step up and take a penalty, he couldn't even do that. So it makes us wonder, like, what's going on? And then you might say, well, how does that translate into FC Mobile? Well, if you think about the spirit of competition, and it can be playing chess, it can be playing one-on-one basketball, it can be, tennis, playing billiards, snooker, pool, swimming. Anything that revolves around the idea of competition. So one team, one person will win, one team, one person will lose. Usually there's something that people don't really consider, and it's the desire to win. And as Zlatan, because on Fox they have Zlatan and they have Thierry Henry and they have Alexi Lalas, who are kind of analyzing what's happening with all these matches. But yeah, they say the same thing. It's like the desire is not there. And it was evident in other matches too, specifically with the match between Netherlands and Morocco, which we'll get to. But yeah, the match between Germany and Paraguay, it was a surprise. I think many people don't understand how that could happen. But in the end, you have to say that Paraguay just wanted it more. Now, the match between Brazil and Japan is a bit different. You can tell that the Japanese team wanted it. But in this case, Brazil just happened to just have the chances. And even though Casemiro, he made a mistake somehow in the match. Not sure what it was. Oh yeah, it was the mistake that led to the Japanese goal. He was able to make up for that mistake, and he scored his own goal. And then, after being, tied up 1-1, at the 95th minute, Gabriel Martinelli came in and scored the goal to win the game for Brazil. Yeah, it was probably devastating for Japan. But in the end, you can't say that Japan didn't try their best. They did. In comparison to, say, Germany, if you just measure who wanted it more, who tried, who was making sure that they were out there and giving it their all, you could say the Japanese team, they did that, whereas the German team, not necessarily. No discredit to Brazil, but some still think that Brazil winning in this fashion, it's not going to be enough to propel them to win the whole tournament. They won't have enough power, I guess, from the front, midfield, and then their defense to keep up with the competition, because Japan, as you know, as good as they are, they're probably not the best team in the competition, and Brazil's not showing how tough that they should be. But they won, and of course, I'm sure Brazilian fans are happy. We're happy for Brazil. Obviously, our thumbnail, we give them a lot of credit. That's no problem. But it is evident, and it's been concluded that Brazil needs to step it up if they want to win this competition. And finally, I think the most impressive of all of these teams, I would say, is Morocco. Given, I think most people don't give them a chance to win on paper. You see the matchup between Netherlands and themselves, and you think there's no way that Morocco's going to win. But yeah, they did. I mean, of course, it comes down to penalties, and by that time, you really have to show, as they say, physically and mentally how much you want it. And again, you can see by some of the way some of these Netherlands players took their penalties. It's just like, it's just as if they never even practiced a penalty in their life or something. It's just like, they just they don't have a strategy. And, in our opinion, having a strategy, a game plan is important. All right. You need to make sure that in every situation, you're as prepared as possible. You're not going to be surprised. And I think in the minds of the Netherlands, they're like, there's no way we're going to go to penalties with Morocco. We're going to beat them in the first 90 minutes. But it just didn't happen. And yes, the goal at the end there, I mean, they were up 1-0. And then when Morocco equalized, I think they were just shocked. And Netherlands keeper, I forget his name, but he did a great job. He made sure to keep him in there. It's just that the people who were taking penalties, Timber, as I said, who else was that? It was Timber, whoever else who missed. Yeah, so Timber, Somerville, Kluivert, yeah, those are just awful. I mean, not gonna lie, they were awful misses. I mean, say, oh, but Hakimi missed for Morocco. Yeah, he missed, but he hit the post, right? But even still, it's a miss, and that shouldn't happen. But the miss specifically from Kluivert was just awful. Like, it's as if he wasn't prepared at all for that moment. And you have to wonder, it's like, well, from the moment that you're selected to be on the national team, up until that moment that you're walking up, putting the ball down on the spot, taking a look at the keeper, I get it that you might feel overwhelmed. But in the end, you're the professional. You're the one that's expected to deal with these situations and do your best. In the end, Netherlands just couldn't do it, and well, not a lot, a lot of times specifically said it's because they lost their identity, and that coach, what's his name? What's the coach of Netherlands? The coach basically, Koeman. Yeah, Koeman had changed up everything at the last minute, and it just shows that, yeah, the kind of not having a solid game plan, not sticking with who you are and what you do, and that can translate with everything in life. Sometimes you want to take into consideration what everyone else is doing and not standing by confidently about what you can do. And that still happens, with gaming, specifically in FC Mobile, trying to emulate what other people do, and that doesn't always work, especially if you're capable of doing something on your own, and just because you're not getting the result that you're getting or that you want to just suddenly change it up, it's most likely that you're not going to get the results that you want. It's more often the people who stick to who they are despite the difficulties, the challenges of that, but at least they're confident in what they're doing because they're doing it from their own skill set. They're not trying to acquire someone else's skill set. And I guess the Netherlands, they kind of, I'm not even sure what skill set they were after, but in the end, they they didn't really perform that well, um, especially after the Gakpo goal. They had a lot of momentum going their way, and they didn't manage the game properly, defensively, offensively, completely mismanaged. And going into the penalties, you say it's a clean slate. Fine, we mismanaged the game going into penalties, but I think that they were so tired by that time, um, and I'm not sure, but in the end, Netherlands really blew it. So that was today's round of 32, which was the end of the month, June 30th. Um, so what's coming next, just as we are still on the topic of the round of 32. Again, these matches are crucial. They are win or go home, which makes them really, interesting to watch, because you see these underdogs who no one really believes in them, but they believe in themselves. They don't buy into the idea like, okay, the world doesn't believe in us, but they believe in themselves, and somehow that belief translates into positive outcomes on the pitch. So Ivory Coast versus Norway, Sweden versus France, England versus Congo, Mexico versus Ecuador. So I guess we'll make some predictions here. We predict that Norway will defeat Ivory Coast. We just think that Norway has a better team, and that they're gonna come out hungry and wanting to win, especially after that loss that they had in the previous to France, right? Yeah, they're not gonna want to repeat that. Again, we're just saying, all right. France and Sweden. We think France will definitely defeat Sweden. France is on a roll, and they don't look like they're gonna be stopped. It's not to say that they don't make some mistakes, because they do. But yeah, we think France will take that one. England versus Congo. England also, they seem to be on a roll. They have a lot of momentum, and we think that England should definitely win this match. And this is a tough one here between Mexico and Ecuador. Ecuador at first were kind of like, looked a bit disappointing. But in their last match, they were able to kind of prove why they're in the tournament. But it's not to say that it's going to be enough to defeat Mexico. We feel like Mexico is really, really determined this time around. And they're playing with a lot of... They're just fierce. They look really fierce, not going to lie. So, one more time. Norway, we believe, will defeat Ivory Coast. France, we believe, will defeat Sweden. England will defeat Congo. And Mexico will defeat Ecuador. What do you all think? What are your predictions for these matches coming up tomorrow and the round of 32? Please let us know. We'd love to know what your thoughts are. So, transitioning away from the World Cup, and again, it's a lovely time. It's something that, as you can see, it's a fever pitch. People are going wild. especially people who are supporting those countries who are, yeah, the underdogs. You know, they're outnumbered in the crowds when they go to these matches. But that kind of David versus Goliath feeling, it's really evident here in this World Cup, and yeah, it's nice to see that level of football being played and the amount of just skill being shown out there. It's amazing. It inspires us to want to do that in real life on the pitch and also on the virtual pitch here in FC Mobile. Um, so that's what we try to do. I mean, what's great about the sport of football is that, yeah, if you let it, it can really inspire you. You okay, sweetie? You all right? So it inspires us to want to build a team, to want to have that team be successful in this game. And yeah, so let's take a look here at some of the matches that we've had. What we tried to do was try to build a team that necessarily wasn't a high OVR. So now we're going into specifically talking about OVR, right, and the game of FC Mobile. The thing is that we have to understand is that regardless of how skillful you are and what kind of tactics that you have created, your style of play, all of those things, there are things that are out of our control as players of this game. And sometimes it feels very unfair. And I guess it can be said the same, sometimes these VAR offsides where this person's foot is crossing the plane, like, oh, that's terrible. You know, and in this case, in this game, FC Mobile, it's what I would say is mostly the connection and your ability to execute simple things like passes, dribbles, shots, defense, controlling a player on the pitch. These things we feel sometimes are compromised somehow, and it takes away from your ability to perform properly. So that's something that I guess in real life you can't really say that happens. You could blame the referees and things like that for no calls or making this call or not making that call or whatever, but that's the difference between real football and virtual game like FC Mobile football. That's the one thing that we notice is that it hasn't improved, unfortunately. If anything, it seems to be getting worse. But we still stick to it. So we've decided to, at this moment we decided to, okay, we're gonna build a team that's not the highest OVR, just to prove that OVR doesn't matter. And in the end, we were able to, have some draws, have some wins, but in the most cases, it was a lot of losses. So anyway, let's take a look.
Muy Buenas noches, bienvenidos a esta velada futbolera. Es noticia, finalmente tenemos un tiempo fantástico. Cielo despejado y muy buena temperatura. Así da gusto. Soy Miguel Ángel Román y me acompaña el gran DJ Mario. Menudo partido el que nos espera. No es un partido cualquiera, por tanto, y esperamos que los equipos estén a la altura.
Como siempre, aquí tienes a tu experto en tu juego favorito a tu lado para ayudarte en lo que pueda. Vamos a disfrutar del partido.
Vinicius Junior. Controla Cristiano Ronaldo. Ahí la tiene Pelé. Esa jugada termina ahí. Se por delante. Balón para un Rey Pelé. Schweinsteiger. No se complica. Y el balón se marcha por la línea de cal, saque de portería. Michael Olise. Cruyff. La bola vuelve a ser suya. Juega como un fenómeno, Ronaldo.
What's up, baby? What's up? You okay? What's up, baby? Are you
Cuidado
okay?
que sigue avanzando.
You alright?
Wesley Sneijder. Se anticipa al pase del rival. ¡Ojo que se viene! La para. Buena intervención. Vitinha. La recibe Haaland. Dirkau. La pelota en poder de Cruyff. Cruyff. Está teniendo mucha paciencia para levantarse. Evita una ocasión peligrosa. Messi. Y para con seguridad que se va. Ha demostrado nervios de acero ahí. Llegamos al medio tiempo y es hora de recuperar fuerzas en los vestuarios. Tal y como están ambos equipos, no me atrevería a decir un resultado para esta segunda mitad. Se marcha por la línea lateral. Pelé. Vinicius Junior. Aquí está Donnarumma. La tiene Gianluca Zambrotta. Dirkau. Zambrotta. Aquí está Vitinha. Kaut. Haaland. Solo queda media hora para el final de la segunda parte. Tiene varias opciones de pase. ¿Por qué poco ha sido, pero es fuera de juego? Michael Olise. La pelota en poder de Cruyff. Poca precisión en el pase. A ver si alguien enciende la luz. Se interrumpe esa acción prometedora. Ahí la tiene Pelé. Ahí está Ronaldo. Pelé. Parece que tiene el balón cosido a la bota. Y ahí está el gol. Llega el primero de hoy. Más vale tarde que nunca, ¿no?
Aquí tenemos de nuevo gol repetido. El travesaño se ha puesto de su parte y ha metido ese balón en la portería.
Ha decidido una triple sustitución. Una estrategia poco común, la verdad. Puede que este gol les dé la victoria. Queda poco y la remontada se antoja harto improbable. Hay que intentarlo hasta el último momento. Están uno abajo y se les acaban las oportunidades. Solo 5 minutos. Esto es una oportunidad clarísima. No les dejan ni respirar y acaban quedándose con el balón. Puede para Kim. Cabalga hacia el gol. Es un tanto para evitar la derrota.
Ahí tenemos la repetición del gol. Qué testarazo por lo difícil que es darle fuerza a un balón así. Perfecto. Remate de manual.
Parece que se acabó el partido y el marcador lo dice todo. Ha reinado la igualdad.
Ambos equipos han sabido contrarrestarse y eso nos da como resultado un empate que podríamos considerar.
Yeah. So that was our first match here. So we can say is that, of course, we tried our very best to defend, to attack, to counterattack. But one thing that we must say is that, yeah, there's things beyond the control of us as the player. And sometimes they go in our favor, and sometimes they don't. And of course it seems that, oh, it's usually not going in my favor. And we know that feeling. We know the feeling of thinking that, oh, this game is after me. They're just trying to not let me win. And that feeling can be overwhelming sometimes. And in this case, we just couldn't get the win. Because at the very end, at the 93rd minute, Snyder pulls out a goal against us to equalize. And yeah, it's demoralizing. So the first goal was from Maradona. He's open there, has plenty of time to take the power shot. He goes in. Nowadays, power shot requires a lot of expertise and skill. Because in the past it was not as such, but this power shot, sometimes it's the best shot to take, especially if you cannot penetrate into the box, or you gotta have to that you can do a power shot, and Maradona's power shot was on point that time. So that we rode that wave until the end. And in the very end, Snyder pulled out this ridiculous thing. I mean, it was a lovely header. I'm not taking it away from the header, but just our defensive back line, not sure what happened there. And again, that was Maldini. And you don't expect Maldini to lose that duel, especially that Snyder's much smaller than him, like much smaller. But again, sometimes the game, it doesn't matter about that. It's just like this moment, this chance. And if you do the right thing in that chance, like, there'll be an outcome. And in this case, the outcome was the equalizer. So that was an equalizer there. That was pretty devastating. Let's take a look at the next match. What's up? What's the matter? Huh? What's the matter?
Hola a todos y bienvenidos a un soleado día de fútbol. Estamos con muchas ganas de ver qué nos tienen reservado los dos equipos protagonistas del partido de hoy. Soy Miguel Ángel Román y hoy, para no perder la costumbre, me acompaña DJ Mario, que va a deleitarnos con sus habituales comentarios. Hoy veremos un partido tremendo. Turno para el United, que juega contra Estados Unidos.
Miguel Ángel, espero que tengas la voz en condiciones óptimas. Creo que nos espera un partido intensito y que no vamos a tener ni un respiro.
Sin problemas. Schlotterbeck ejecuta ese despeje. Dembélé. Michael Olise. Dembélé. Intentan deshacer el empate. Se por delante. Se impone y frustra la intentona rival. Gerard. Los diablos rojos volcándose en ataque. Ha sudado mucho de esa parada. Messi. Ahí está Ronaldo. Cristiano la dirige. Mbappé. Jugando de cara a la galería. Cuidado que va Mbappé. El balón del Manchester United. Casemiro. La pelota en poder de Cruyff. Interviene Foden. La toca Cristiano Ronaldo. Se apoya en Cruyff. Como mandan los camiones. Ese disparo no tendrá ningún sentido.
Típico escurriazo que se va a comprar a Miguel Ángel.
Nada más que 60 segundos de descuento. Con esto llegamos al intermedio aquí y solo quedan 45 minutos más por delante. Hora de comprobar si la charla en el vestuario surte efecto en ambos equipos. Messi. Cristiano la dirige. Mbappé. Comete falta y será libre directo. Zurda de meta para el balón en ese libre directo. Foden. Uña. Phil Foden. Interviene Foden. El balón retorna a Cristiano. Atención. La parte de pues nada, se le ha escapado la oportunidad. Olise. Solo queda media hora para el final de la segunda parte. Más o menos está apagando fuegos. Recibe Messi. Mbappé. Mbappé se lanza hacia el área contraria. A ver qué opciones se le presentan. Parecía prometedor, pero no pueden seguir con la jugada. Se apoya en Gerrard. Foden recibe. Lo que puede marcar.
Sometimes we feel that people want to skip the replay of the goal because they know how ass it was. How the whole entire thing was just ass. But you know, who knows? We like to watch the replays. It's very rare that we'll skip them. But to each their own.
Solo quedan 5 minutos de partido y la cosa está que arde con esta ventaja tan pequeña. El United pierde la posesión de la pelota. Tiene ahí el empate.
So we use this Ronaldo card because it's the only one that we can afford. It's the highest OVR, which is 114. All the other ones we can't afford them, and usually putting him in the squad as a starter or on the bench, it will not reduce the OVR of the squad. It'll maintain whatever OVR that we want. But in this case, this team that we did make, it did decrease the OVR to a less than desirable OVR, because most people want the highest OVR as possible, right? They think, oh, if I have a 120 OVR, that means that I'm just, average player. And I think you have to understand that there are even average players with high OVR teams. If anything, probably they're below average players. And sometimes even those below average players, they make it to, FC champion. And that's why I think people don't really rate FC champion status anymore. We do, because we know in order to get there, it takes a lot of effort, a lot of work, a lot of thinking, as far as, from the player's standpoint, the gamer standpoint, and dedication, right? That's why we think it's worthwhile. But other people, they think that's just, that's very basic, and getting the most stars is what's important. But the thing is, even you have those kind of people, at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter. Because again, who are you going to brag to about it? So, if you're bragging to, your followers or your subscribers on social media, that's one thing, I suppose. But if you're, going on and on about this to other people who don't necessarily care about this kind of game or this sport or anything like that, then you're kind of talking to a wall, basically, right? And your skills, they're not transferable in their opinion. So what we're trying to say is that gamer skills are transferable to anything if you allow them to be. But most of the time, people don't want to even try to think of how that can be from the receiving end and from the giving end, and that's fine. Anyway, here we equalize with Ronaldo. Another draw, and you think, oh, draw, yeah. And in this case now, in the round of 32, there is no more draws. Draws don't count anymore, because you're going to go down to penalties. And today, 2 games came down to penalties. And so let's go into this in the game too. Because even in the game, it's not as easy as it seems. And right now, if you're able to, I'm not sure what the requirement is. Okay, let's see. If you go into the World's Game live event, if they'll let us. If you go into Chronicles, so again, we're gonna preface by saying I'm not sure if that you need to have finished note 1, 2, 3. We have finished note 1, 2, 3. So now we're on note 4. So we can't be sure to say that, oh, if you haven't done any of those notes, could you just jump to this note? And I think not. So it's this one here. It's the Marcelo, June 28th, 2014, Brazil 3, Chile 2 on penalties. It's going to come to this here because it's quite interesting. So we're gonna let the AI do its thing first and see what does our AI compare to the EA's AI, which you have to think about it, they're both EA's AI, right?
Pues le ha tocado inaugurar la tanda de penaltis.
Let's see what happens here.
Y
So
el penalti
Ronaldo
acaba
makes it.
dentro sin problemas. Cara de concentración antes de lanzar. La pelota
Courtois
entra y acaba
can't
golpeando
do
en la
anything
red.
for us.
Y ahí va, dispuesto a lanzar su penalti. Para
Mbappé
adentro, el
makes it.
tanto sube al marcador. Todo listo ya para que ejecute su lanzamiento. Ay, 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 ay,
Son
qué
makes it
sangre
for them.
fría. Penalti con paradiña. Se aproxima el balón, parece que con frialdad. Y ese penalti va para adentro. Pues le toca tirar, a ver qué se inventa. Y lo para. Dicen que tirar penaltis es fácil, pero hay que aguantar la presión. Y convierte el penalti. Ahora mismo está frente a un abismo. Si falla, se acabó el partido. ¡Para adentro! Llegó la hora de la verdad. Si marca, se llevan el partido.
We're in English and Spanish. Spanish commentary through the game, English commentary through us. Let's go, Veron.
¡Para adentro!
Game
Si
over.
este penalti les da la victoria.
Era su momento y no lo ha fallado. ¡Qué fortaleza mental!
So Bono, how do you say his name? Actually, we're gonna say for our students, if you have any Bono card, is a good keeper, good solid keeper. Make sure that again, if you look at any of your cards, that it's gold, that it's ranked up all the way, and it's trained all the way. It's just your best bet, right? Oh, I can only get it to red. Alright. Whatever you can do, right? I mean, we've seen some teams we've played against that have it, blue or even purple level cards, even green, and then they perform well against us somehow. Do they perform well against others? I don't know. We go back to check to see, but again, even the paper trail that is in the game, you never know, because a user, a gamer, can change their team, just like we're going to do now. We're going to change after this game here. You can change your team to whatever after every single match. So you never can know, right? So, anyway. So our keeper Courtois Yeah, just like, I'm not saying he's the best keeper. Obviously not. He just didn't do anything there. Couldn't even put a hand up. I mean, look. Oh, okay. Just by the time he realized where the ball was, he was the ball already in the net. That's awful. If you're just joining the stream, thank you. We appreciate you. We are the HELLARICHSF Gamer Universe, and we absolutely love the sport of football, soccer, the game, the world's game, the one that unifies us from all over the world. They're saying that in my country, the United States of America, our country, that having the World Cup be around is making people more interested in the sport. That's great. I think it's human nature to become, drawn to the thing that other people are doing. You're like, well, why are they wearing football jerseys? Soccer jerseys, soccer shirts, football shirts, whatever, suddenly now. And before, I didn't see it that often. It's because of the World Cup, I guess. But really, if you go outside the United States, you'll see that people wear football shirts all the time. What's rare would be to see a basketball or even a baseball shirt or American football jersey. But across the world, to see a football jersey is quite common. It's not that big of a deal, actually. But this is a big deal. Why this won't play? This is an interesting pass. I mean, even, in the game, so, I'm not sure how often you should, but I figure it's the same as taking free throws, that taking penalty shots is just as important as practicing free throws or, swimming, normal freestyles. I don't know. I'm not a swimmer, but we figured those things are just common, but it's not. So yeah, if you see the replays of the matches from today, the Netherlands match versus Morocco, and what was the other one that had penalties? Let's go back. Yeah, the Germany and Paraguay. Some of those misses, yeah, you think to yourself, how is that possible? And yeah, just how it can be in football sometimes. If you want to play devil's advocate, I guess you can say, no, Germany was well prepared They just got screwed over. And which, okay, screwed over how? Oh, because they took away that goal. Because of the goalie interference. That wasn't really true. And they just did that because they hate Germany and they don't want Germany to win. Okay. So, you still were given a chance after that to win. And you didn't. You needed extra time. And during extra time, you couldn't improve it either. And then in the penalties, you couldn't do it either. So Paraguay ends up winning. Because, yeah, Jonathan Tah missed. Voltemad missed. And Kai Havertz missed also. There were 2 misses, Balabuena and Sanabria, for Paraguay, but not compared to the 3 misses from Germany. Yeah, penalty kicks, people think it's not a big deal at all. They think, oh, why do I need to... Yeah, that's easy peasy. And it's not. It's not easy peasy. You can see that these professionals at the highest level for their clubs, when it matters the most, and it's the facts, they're not able to produce when it comes to either, you know, playing on the pitch full stop or in a situation like a penalty kick. The world's game. Indeed it is. It's the most popular game, sport that there is on this planet. And we think that's great.
Todo listo para que se lance el primer penalti. Marca el penalti con plena confianza.
You can see that
Ya está
Ronaldo goes to the left,
visualizando dónde tirará
the
el
keeper's
penalti.
right.
Ya está, ya ha entrado, ya
Ronaldo.
puede respirar.
So it looks like this is
Ahí
the
va, veremos si
same thing that
puede
happened last
controlar
time.
sus nervios.
There's no difference. Let's see.
Y acierta esa pena máxima. Se dispone a tirar el penalti. Un momento clave. Y marca tras hacer una paradiña. ¡Qué calidad! Todo preparado ya para este penalti. Ha sido una parada magnífica. No falla su lanzamiento. Momento de máxima concentración antes de lanzar. Y logra transformar la pena máxima. Bueno, lo ha marcado con paradilla incluida. Esto sí que es presión y lo demás son tonterías. Como no marque, pierden esta tanda de penaltis. Y ahí está, transforma el penalti. Preparado para ejecutar un penalti decisivo. Veremos qué hace. Ahí lo tenemos, el penalti le da la victoria.
Sabía que lo tenía que hacer y no ha dudado. ¡Enhorabuena!
So what's that feeling? Have you ever had that feeling of losing? Losing when it matters the most? For casual players of, you know, any sport or competition or game, it might matter a lot, right? Now imagine for not a casual player, like a serious person who's like, you know, dedicate themselves completely to their sport, their game, their their art, whatever, and it ends up not going in your favor. That's what happened today with the Netherlands and with Germany in the 2026 World Cup. Yet again, two powerhouse European teams were sent home packing by some would consider the underdogs going into the match. So how does that happen? What is your opinion out there? You know, we'd love to hear. We love to read, of course, if it came up in the chat, which the chat is quiet. That's fine. We have no problem about that. You know, of course, we encourage people to chat, but we're not here to, you know, to force you to do anything. So, but we would love to know your thoughts about what has happened so far in the World Cup, or what is happening so far in FC Mobile. We'd love to know. We can read in English, in Spanish. So if you could tell us how you feel, we'd love to know. What are your thoughts on going to penalties? When your team goes to penalties, do you
Ahí
feel
está,
confident?
tiene la responsabilidad de marcar el primer penalti. Y el penalti acaba dentro sin problemas. Ahí está, centrado en el objetivo de marcar el penalti. Y entra el penalti.
Guess the right way and still was.
Y ahí va, dispuesto a lanzar su penalti. La pelota entra y acaba golpeando en la red. Todo listo ya para que ejecute su lanzamiento. ¡Gol! ¡Pegado al palo! Se aproxima el balón, parece que con frialdad. Y ese penalti va para adentro. Para adentro, el tanto sube al marcador. Cara de concentración antes de lanzar. Y el penalti termina entrando. Y falla. Mira qué carita. Sabe que si marca, le dará la victoria a su equipo. Para adentro. Y si este penalti les da la victoria.
Era su momento y no lo ha fallado. ¡Qué fortaleza mental!
Yes, we would like to know some questions for the audience. What are your thoughts on current situation with the round of 32 and the FIFA World Cup in 2026? What are your thoughts on the World's Game season in FC Mobile 2026? And what are your thoughts on penalties? We'd love to know in the chat. We'd love to read about what you think. Anything. It might matter, but those three things, we'd like to know. If you so could take the time to let us know, we'd be grateful.
Buenas noches a todos. Tenemos por delante un duelo de los que nos gustan y encima hace una noche espectacular. ¿Qué más se puede pedir? Aquí estoy, una semana más con DJ Mario. Hoy veremos un partido tremendo. Ya vemos en el terreno de juego a Estados Unidos, que intentará vencer al Arsenal.
Miguel Ángel, ¿qué te puedo decir? Ya sabes que siempre es un placer acompañarte en los comentarios. Espero que veamos un partidazo.
Olis. Juega Conner. Ahí está Paolo Maldini.
Darwin Logia.
Vinicius Junior.
What?
Cristiano Ronaldo. Messi se abre camino. Kubu. Ojo que pueden adelantarse.
Darwin.
Y es gol. Primero del partido.
En la repetición vemos cómo ha sorprendido a la defensa con ese pase de tacón. ¿Y qué decir de la definición? Un tiro de mucha calidad que el portero no habría parado ni aunque le hubieran dado 10 oportunidades.
Esto no lo puede fallar. Será a puerta. Creo que tendría que haber buscado el disparo. Kufal. Pelota para Hamsik. Controla Cristiano Ronaldo. Hamsik. Este es Vitinha. Mira. Sigue con el balón en los pies. Kubu. Pelota para Hamsik. La toca Cristiano Ronaldo. Oportunidad de las buenas. Y lo salva. Vinicius Junior. Pelé. Controla Cristiano Ronaldo. Ahí la tiene Pelé. Esta parada se va a hacer viral esta semana, Mario.
Sí, las paradas de reflejo siempre quedan espectaculares en las repeticiones.
Fin a la jugada. No hay tiempo para más. Se acaba la primera mitad y nos vamos al descanso. El Arsenal vuelve del descanso con el gol de ventaja que tenía. No le interesa que se descontrole demasiado el partido en la segunda mitad. Cristiano Ronaldo. Ahí está Paolo Maldini. Vitinha. Dembélé. Están intentando el abordaje. Pelota para Dembélé. Ocasión clara para Dembélé. Cuidado, esto no ha terminado. Ahí está Ronaldo. Messi. Como consecuencia de esa acción. ¡Golazo! ¡Golazo de falta! ¡Menuda obra de arte se acaba de inventar!
Pero vamos a ver, chaval, que casi te cargas a alguien. Mirad la repetición y disfrutad del latigazo que ha soltado de su casa. Desde luego el arquero tenía tiempo más que de sobra para reaccionar y medir bien la estirada. Pero es que el cañonazo ha sido una locura, brutal.
Vitinha. Cristiano la dirige. Hamsik. Tiene varias opciones de pase. El segundo tiempo tiene los minutos contados. 20, concretamente. Un centrito es lo que necesita esta acción. Mueven el balón en busca del desempate. Lo que acabaron de meter ahí, pase directamente fuera. Cambio de cromos en el terreno de juego. Kohler. Maldini. Juega Vinicius Junior. Pelé. Zico. La juega Leo Messi. Se acercan al área rival buscando ponerse por delante. A estas alturas podría ser decisivo. Cristiano Ronaldo. El cartelón indica 2 minutos. Si chuta la puede enchufar. Suena el pitido final y esto termina igual que empezado. Sin ganador y perdedor.
Los dos equipos han intentado ir a por la victoria, pero no han conseguido dar el golpe definitivo al rival.
Hi there. Welcome once again to another HELLARICHSF Gamer Universe live stream. This is the round of 32 World Cup 2026 FC Mobile Edition live stream where we're talking, not, too deep, because we cannot lie and say that we're gonna give you a deep analysis of each match, each player, each movement of the World Cup, but we'll give what we can, So, for example, we watched all the matches, and yeah, I think the most impressive, I would say, would be the Morocco team. And I think why I say that is because how well that they play a complete game. And I mean that from the beginning to the end of the match, their approach to the game is complete. You can see that their players are constantly trying their best. And it doesn't mean that they're going to make mistakes or that things will happen in the game. Like, for example, Netherlands scoring with Cody Gakpo. But if you saw Cody Gakpo's goal, you could say it was kind of lucky, because there were just Morocco players all over the place, and the ball just happened to pop out, and he was just there and just bashed it in. So, and he's such right. We feel that Morocco has shown what it takes really to play in this tournament. And it's not even having the big names. And of course there are some big names in Morocco, obviously, but it's not enough to have the world believe that they're going to win the World Cup. But maybe now, after seeing them, they're like, maybe they do. And of course, some would say, how about Brazil? And I would say, yeah, I think Brazil has what it takes, but in some regard, I'm not sure if that's going to be enough, because there are other teams that are showing that they also have what it takes, and they can quite possibly outperform Brazil. But, you know, we hope Brazil, they've improved every match, we will say that. And you know, other players are stepping up and doing things. Some believe that Vinny was the only person that can do anything, but that's not true. There are so many players that can do everything on Brazil's squad. That's why it's expected that they should win. But it wasn't easy for Brazil to beat Japan, I'll tell you that. It was a battle, because Japan, they played a great game. It just, this is football. It's how it is sometimes. Even though you played a great game, it just wasn't enough completely. But not taking away anything from Japan, because we believe that Japan, their team is solid, is amazing. Yeah, it just so happens that sometimes that's not enough. And that translates over to the Germany-Paraguay game, because Germany's team is amazing too. So why didn't they win? Well, we just believe that they weren't fully prepared for their opponent. We would say that they perhaps underestimated their opponent. And, you know, I guess you can say I don't blame them, but I would say that I do blame you, because this is the World Cup and you're Germany. People expect more. It's not that Paraguay is a better team. I would never pick, even if there was Paraguay's team and Germany's team in this game in FC Mobile, I wouldn't pick Paraguay over Germany ever, actually. Even though the fact that they won today, I just wouldn't. Because I feel like Germany has way better players. Way better players. But, you know, it just didn't seem to matter, did it? Because Germany lost. Same with the Netherlands. But the thing is, now I'm starting to think about Morocco as like, well, it's not even about the players, because I don't know if the Netherlands players are even better than Morocco's players. I'm starting to wonder about that, to be honest with you. So I'm wondering, yeah, it's funny, right? I'm wondering why or how the Netherlands even pulled this off. And it's like, that's what the Netherlands does, I guess. Right? Yeah, it's funny, right? I know, it's pretty funny. I mean, you shouldn't be laughing at the Netherlands losing, though. Jesse J. So Jesse J is laughing here. I'm not sure if it's because I'm playing with a football in my hand or is what I'm saying. Yeah. But that's what happens, right? So then it's same in the game. So what we try to do is we try to make a team purposely that was a low OVR to go into a head-to-head match with a higher OVR team. Obviously, because the teams that are, most people always play with their best team because they don't want to lose. They can't accept losing. So even though they have the best team in their mind, they can't accept that they're going to lose with it. So that's why it's like kind of a reverse psychology to use lower team. What we're going to do here is this. You have this team already, but it's the one, okay. Yeah. So some question the tactics used by the managers in the match, specifically managing substitutions, and they were criticized highly for that. That that they didn't consider substitutions, and that blew the game for them. Some people we've seen with high OVRs that they have no players on the bench down here because, in their opinion, it makes the OVR higher, but it doesn't make your team perform any better. Remember, because the game rewards you for having the most complete team. That means that utilizing your substitutes when it's necessary is a good idea. That's why having the AI, when it lets you know, you can either let it go and let it do that, or you can, take into account that the AI told you, okay, you should sub out Messi and put in, whoever else, Dembele. But if you're like, oh, I have Dembele and I have Cruyff, so I'm going to put in Cruyff. Okay, so then instead of taking out Messi for Dembele, take out Messi for Cruyff. Something like that. Or you don't do it at all. But the fact of the matter is, in real life, it's important to manage your substitutions in a game, especially if it's going to be in a game like a World Cup game. Especially at this point now, I guess in the past, in the beginning of the World Cup, in the group stage, you can get away with losing, but actually you can't. Have some orders that went through. Awesome. Okay. What we like to do is put players where they don't belong, I guess. So in this case, we're going to put Mbappe there. Rafinha here. Take it easy. Take it easy, little thing. Mm-hmm. Relax, relax. Hi there. Darwin Logia. What? Hi. SSG 2.0 Gaming. What are you doing? We're building a team of pure players that we want to see take penalties. Because in the world's game, if you can, why are you placing all the players in unfamiliar positions? Because I want them to be on the pitch so that I can simulate penalties with them. So if I have these players on the pitch, regardless of where they are in position, they're going to show up in the penalty. So if you take a look, SSG2 Gaming, that's why we've done it.
Menudo papelón. Le toca lanzar el primer penalti. Y convierte el penalti. Y ahí va, dispuesto a lanzar su penalti. Y el penalti termina entrando.
You're welcome.
Todo preparado ya para este penalti.
We appreciate you. What do you think about the World Cup? What do you think about FC Mobile? What do you think about penalty shots?
Dentro.
Let us know.
Cara de concentración
We'd love to know.
antes de lanzar. Y ese penalti va para adentro. ¡Se va! Horrible lanzamiento de penalti. Todo listo ya para que ejecute su lanzamiento. ¡Excelente parada! Se dispone a tirar el penalti. Un momento clave. Para adentro, el tanto sube al marcador.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Sad to Gaming. We appreciate
Llegó
you.
la hora de la verdad.
We
Si
appreciate
marca, se
everyone,
llevan el partido.
especially those that stop by and have a chat and subscribe and all of that. We thank everybody.
Falló,
Oh,
no
jeez.
entra. Ahora mismo está frente a un abismo. Si falla, se acabó el partido. Y ahí está, transforma el penalti. Ya está visualizando dónde tirará el penalti. No consigue marcar. Preparado para ejecutar un penalti decisivo. Veremos qué hace.
What do you need, SAG2 Gaming? What do you need again?
Ahí lo tenemos. El penalti le da
I
la
am in need.
victoria.
Can you do it,
Sabía que
please?
lo tenía que
Do
hacer y
what?
no ha dudado en
SAG2
hacerlo.
Gaming. Us subscribers. Sure.
Allá va, a por el primer lanzamiento. No falla su lanzamiento. Se aproxima el balón, parece que con frialdad. Y el penalti acaba dentro sin problemas. Ahí va, veremos si puede controlar sus nervios. Ya está, ya ha entrado, ya puede respirar. Ahí está, centrado en el objetivo de marcar el penalti.
What's the matter?
La pelota entra y acaba golpeando en la red. Y logra transformar la pena máxima. Dicen que tirar penaltis es fácil, pero hay que aguantar la presión. Y entra el penalti. Pues le toca tirar, a ver qué se inventa. Marca el penalti con plena confianza. Momento de máxima concentración antes de lanzar.
Hold on.
Y acierta esa pena
So please
máxima.
subscribe to your channel there, okay? So thank you, SG 2.0 Gaming.
Y convierte el penalti. Espero que sepa aguantar la presión. Si no marca, su equipo perderá.
Yeah, we can take a look at your team, but you're gonna have to wait a bit because we have to
Y el penalti
Yes.
termina entrando.
our little baby something to eat.
Y ahí
So
va, dispuesto a lanzar su
we have to
penalti.
wait a bit, okay?
Bono saca la pelota con una parada de libro. Mira qué carita, mira qué carita. Sabe que si marca, le da victoria a su equipo.
What's gonna happen actually?
Para adentro. Y si este penalti es
So, what's going on? You might be asking. Well, at the moment, we're trying to find this person, their team, on FC Mobile. And currently, it's World Cup. And today, there were 4 very important matches that went down. That's all the things we're talking about on here. Soccer, football, FC Mobile, World Cup. The video shows our favorite video game at the moment, which is FC Mobile. It just so happens that it's about the world's most wonderful sport, which is soccer, football, football, soccer, football, soccer, soccer, football, soccer, 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 football, 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 soccer, soccer, soccer. Anyway, we're trying to find this person because this person asked in the chat if we could look at their team. But the thing is, their team has the same name as a bunch of other people. So to find them is not as easy as it seems. That's why it's easier to try to find us, because we think there aren't that many people with our names. So in this case, we're in the Ingsley account. INKZLY. INKZLY. But if you don't want to find us, you're going to have to wait until we find you. Your profile picture is head-to-head champions tots. You're the best. Slowly, don't go too fast. And scroll down. Can you please unmute? Can you unmute? Okay, I will wait. OVR 124, CR7 GOAT. By the way, can you take a look at my account of subscribers? I am in need. Can you do it, please? I sub to yours. Thanks, K. Why are you placing all the players in unfamiliar positions? What are you doing? Wrong. So, we cannot find this person's team. At this time, I don't have my phone. My profile picture is head-to-head champions tots. We know what that is, but we don't see that, actually. We don't see that head-to-head champions tots. You're talking about you see a versus attack, but we don't see a head-to-head champion with that logo. So unfortunately, we can't find your team. So why we have different players in different positions. Example, right now we have this team going on. And it's because we're trying to have fun and just put all these players in at the same time. Can you put all your players in their position so I can take a look? So you want to see our team with all the players. Okay, so if you really want to see our best team, is this. The highest we can get is 122 OVR, okay? There. And you're saying, does it matter? And it does. It does. I'm not gonna lie. But it won't matter every single time. But it might matter a lot. It just depends on you. Because if you don't mind losing, like we don't mind losing just to see what happens. But at the end of the day, after seeing losing so long, you're kind of like, okay, I don't want to do this anymore. So, yeah. Why don't I use Soboslai? Because I don't think Soboslai is better than Veron or Cow. You have a lot of 117 players. Use them. Use them for what? Use them for what? I don't have what you're saying. You know, yeah, you could do what this person says. Because, you know, but we've done what they've said in the past, and it didn't make any difference. So we just do what we want to do. And in this case, we just normally take what we think is the best, plus what the AI wants. And, wow, SSG2 Gaming, thanks for your coaching. You appreciate it. Let's say we'll take into consideration everything that you're saying, and we think it's sound advice. So if anybody else is out there watching, great. At the moment, we're just gonna do what we've been doing because it's fun to us. But thank you for your advice. It's sound, completely sound, 100% accurate advice. If anybody reads what this person says, I can reiterate what it's being said. It says if you place 117, you can increase your OVR and level up your TOTS badge to max. Place them on your team, and your team use them. You have a lot of 117 players. Why don't you use Soboslai? It's good at your OVR. Can you put all your players in their position so I can take a look? Show some pack opening. Okay. Fine. Fine. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch. Uh. Draft. By the toe. If the draft wants to go, eeny, meeny, miny, Mo. Oh, geez. It's gonna cost me. Can you tell me, SSG 2.0 gaming, why I should spend? And I have to because I landed here. So, I landed here. I have to spend 4,500 of my gems for your request. Can you give me one good reason why I should do that? Because it wasn't my intention to do that. But since you're asking for it, and it seems that you're still here? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a draft by the toe. If the draft wants to go, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Wow. Wow. How do you feel about that? Does that make you happy? Do you need Mosquera on your team? We don't. Don't need Mosquera. You feel okay. That's great. That's great. Bye, Mosquera. Have a nice life. Why am I saving my gems? Well, because we like to save. Like saving money. Because they're valuable. And if you have them, you can spend them at any time. If you need to. If you don't have them, because you've spent them all, then you don't have them. And then, what are you going to do about it? So in this case, we have them. But doesn't mean we're going to spend them all right now because we have them. Does that make sense? Because we think video gaming, same like real life, it's a good idea to save. Do you have any Utah's player? You tell me. I guess not. Cafu is not Utah's? Is that not Utah's enough? Nope, not Utah's, it's Tots. Toddy. Oops, sorry. I don't have any Utah's players. Let's see if the top players in the world have them. How about that? How about let's take the focus off of us and put the focus onto something else, which would say, oh, even better, in head-to-head. Oops. Oops, can't see it. It's fine. We'll go into leagues. SSG2 Gaming. We already did that. Sorry, buddy. That happened already. You see? So we'll look at the best player on in our league. Dennis. Any Utah's players here? That's great. So, we're about to access some information through FC Mobile, which is completely separate from the World Cup, or maybe it isn't, because depending on what players are on these people's team, we can connect those players to the World Cup, and we're going to see how they're performing in the World Cup. Let's look at this. This is the number one in our area league. So even leagues, there's a competition. Who's the number one league? And at the moment, this league, which is in, I believe, some kind of Chinese script, is number one. And their top player has a 128 OVR. So, Neymar Jr. is one of their players. And they're not... Neymar Jr. is not doing much in the World Cup. He's in it. And he's got on the pitch once. But, yeah, as a substitute, he doesn't start. Kempes is not playing in this year's World Cup. You have Pedri and Makalele. Wonderful. Dembele just had a hat-trick in his last game. He's doing great. Vitania is in Portugal. They're gonna play soon. And he's been doing alright, I suppose. He hasn't scored anything. But he hasn't... Maybe he has an assist, maybe? Makalele is not playing at this moment because he's a retired player. Pedri is doing okay, I suppose. Hasn't scored a goal or anything like that, so yeah. Nuno Mendes, he has scored a goal. He scored a free kick, and he's been playing in defense. For some reason, you can really notice him on the pitch. He's always just around the ball somehow. Mourinho. From Uruguay. Well, they got eliminated. So, I'm not sure how Mourinho was doing, though. Saliba. Doing Saliba things at France, and yeah. Marcos Llorente, no goals, but has been active for the Spain squad in this World Cup. So otherwise, this team, 128 OVR. David Raya is not even playing. I mean, I think David Raya's on the squad, but he's not even the main keeper for Spain. It's Unai Simon. So you don't see any Unai Simon cards out there. Let's see. So this person lost to 123 OVR team, 122 OVR team. You can see this person isn't as good as you would assume, given the team. And I would say, given the OVR of the team, yeah, it makes sense. But he lost to a 121 OVR team. So, as we can see, this person, they have a high level team, and let's see this other high level team here. Okay. So this team, wow, yeah. Um, I don't know. So you out there, can your team beat this team? Is your team as strong as this team? Our team, I mean, we would play against them if, you know, if we could, I suppose. Like we wouldn't seek them out, but it just so happens that their their squad is just stacked. Has the best. Has I mean this Van der Sar. Okay. What do you mean? I'm in 10th grade? What? What are you talking about? You're in 10th grade. Um, I don't know about this. Like, of course we want this team. You think you don't want this team? Like, obviously, I think anybody who plays this game knows they would take every single one of these players on their team. I couldn't find anyone, I don't think, who would say, yeah, I don't want those cards. Like, it's just crazy. So we're doing penalties. Two major no, sorry, not clubs. Sorry, they're not clubs. Nations lost on penalties today. Netherlands and Germany, both out of the World Cup. Uh-oh. We're back. If you didn't know, you should know that Germany is out of the FIFA World Cup 2026. Japan also out. Netherlands also, surprisingly, out of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. We are the HELLARICHSF gamer universe. And you're wondering, what does this have to do with the World Cup? Well, it has everything to do with it. This game was made because the World Cup existed. If it wasn't for the World Cup, this game that we know, FC Mobile, wouldn't exist. The people that created this game were inspired by watching, being a part of World Cups in the past. And they wanted to recreate something. And they've recreated it over and over again for many years. To be what it is now. We argue it's the best online, mobile, football, soccer game, but there is. There's nothing even close. That's our opinion. It's not that this game is flawless, but in comparison, the fact that it is for your mobile device, and it's free for the most part. Of course, there are things that you can buy that they want you to spend the money on, and people do. And now, people are like, never mind, I don't want to do that anymore, so let's not do it, so that the price gets decreased. Well, it's funny because we've never spent actual money in the game ever. So coming up, tomorrow in the World Cup, the round of 32, key matchups. Côte d'Ivoire, Côte d'Ivory, Ivory Coast versus Norway. Who do you take there? Let's take the underdogs here. Let's pretend we're going to take the underdogs. Should you use this information to place, other kind of things, other kind of places? Sure. Sweden and France. Let's say you take Sweden. Let's say you think Sweden's gonna beat France. Let's take Sweden over France. England and the Congo DR. I guess we'll take Congo DR over England. And Mexico and Ecuador. I guess we're gonna have to take Ecuador.
Y hoy, para no perder la costumbre, me acompaña DJ Mario, que va a deleitarnos con sus habituales comentarios. Tremendo el duelo de hoy. Ya vemos en el terreno de juego a Estados Unidos, que intentará derrotar al Tottenham.
Miguel Ángel, espero que tengas la voz en condiciones óptimas. Creo que nos espera un partido intensito y que no vamos a tener ni un respiro.
La tiene Messi. Y ahora cambiado de mano. Mateus Cunha. Mbappé. Vaya, parece que sabía a dónde iba a ir el balón. Cristiano Ronaldo. No le sirve su pase, es un favor al rival. El juego para Pelé. Podrían adelantarse. Y es gol.
En la repe vemos de nuevo a Cristiano causando el caos en la defensa. Y el chute ha sido inmejorable. Le ha pegado desde media distancia con potencia y colocación. Imposible para el portero.
El Tottenham se ve por debajo en el marcador, pero tiene tiempo para empatar. Ronaldo. La pelota en poder de Cruyff. Ahí está Ronaldo. Clarísima la opción para Pelé. Cuidado, cuidado, esto no ha terminado. Mbappé. Este es Gareth Bale. Esto puede ser gol. Saca la pelota, pero sigue el peligro. Se ha quedado con la miel en los labios. Ahí la tiene Pelé. Ronaldo. Listo, llegamos al intermedio aquí. Y solo quedan 45 minutos más por delante. Rueda de nuevo el balón. ¿Podrá remontar esto el Tottenham? El partido sigue muy abierto. Bale. Está conteniendo los nervios y buscando el empate con perseverancia. Messi. Quiere meterse hasta la cocina. Ahí está el tanto que confirma su doblete. No está nada mal, ¿eh?
Eso, repetid el gol. Aquí lo tenemos. Tremenda jugada individual. Se subió a la moto y aceleró sin mirar atrás, zapándose de todo Kiski. Luego levantó la cabeza y la colocó en el fondo de las mallas para flipar el gol.
Acaban de doblar su ventaja, 2-0. Cristiano Ronaldo. Todavía queda media hora del segundo tiempo. Ronaldo. Cristiano Ronaldo. Y salva el disparo. Despeja. Va por el balón sin contemplaciones. Cunha. Entramos en el último cuarto de hora. Ocasión de oro para Cruyff. Vaya remate que se ha cascado. Es difícil hacerlo peor. Parece que se va a ir al banquillo. Ya está preparada su sustitución. El cuero para Zinedine Zidane. Messi. Messi a la ofensiva. Puede disparar a puerta. Y otro más. Esto ya se considera una goleada.
En la repetición vemos lo difícil que ha sido marcar este gol. Podía definir casi sin espacio y lo ha hecho con mucha calidad. Esto está al alcance de muy poca gente.
Si se ha perdido este último gol, no se preocupen, que va a seguir ganando el mismo equipo. Tchouaméni. Es oficial. Oportunidad para Messi. Es una parada espléndida.
Con ventaja y eso siempre es motivo de orgullo.
So apparently, technically, it is season 17. Season 17, the world's game. And season 17 ends in about 42 hours. So season 18 will start thereafter. Welcome to the HELLARICHSF Gamer Universe. It's World Cup time. And it's also FC Mobile time. There's a lot of things that you can do in this game. So much time that you can spend. So much money that you can spend. We tend to just be a bit more frugal. But in this case, we will if the game will let us open a pack. Thank you. Thanks. So this is what mostly happens with these packs. So even if, say, the way that we obtained these gems was through paying for them, which we didn't. We obtained these gems through just playing the game. So I guess that terminology now is called free to play versus pay to win. I think what matters most is, yeah, the skill. But if a skilled player has a pay to win team, then it's like, wow, right? But if a skilled player has a free to play team and do well, then it's like, wow. So yeah, that's what we're looking at in this world of gaming, particularly with this game. Other games, it's similar. Any aspect where someone can spend money to get an advantage. And, you might think, oh, is it an advantage to have, a free-to-play mentality? And the answer is yes. Absolutely. Is an advantage. Because the cards that they hold are top tier cards, which can only be obtained with having a lot of, for the most part, in-game money. However you got that in-game money, we don't know, right? So then you need a lot of in-game money. Huh? So there's this person's team. Yeah, look, take a look. It's a 128 OVR. Bro, I am new. What's your ID? INKZLY. Ingsley. But when will you end your stream? Not sure. I want it, but it's free to play. Yeah, the things that a free to play player can obtain versus what a pay to win player can obtain are not the same. So, World Cup time. It's a nice time. So much football to watch. And if you're like us, you can't keep your mind off of it. Well, just share what's on your mind. So here we are. And we're sharing our Ainsley account on FC Mobile. Let's take a look at this card here. Would love to have this card. Connection to World Cup. Well, Nakata played for Japan. Japan lost today. Or Japan just lost and they're out of the tournament. What? What's the problem? You don't like this guy? Really? Okay, I don't know.
Hola a todos y bienvenidos a un soleado día de fútbol. Estamos con muchas ganas de ver qué nos tienen reservado los dos equipos protagonistas del partido de hoy. Que nadie, por favor, desactive los comentarios, que os vigilo, porque DJ Mario y yo, Miguel Ángel Román, vamos a darlo todo en este encuentro. Prepárense para un partido apasionante. En esta competición hay equipos muy top, por eso esperamos ver un buen espectáculo.
Miguel Ángel, ¿qué te puedo decir? Ya sabes que siempre es un placer acompañarte en los comentarios. Espero que veamos un partidazo.
Oportunidad para Messi. Tiene el balón haciendo grande su gran apoyo. Gabriel. Corta el pase y se hace con el balón. La tiene Messi. Ojo que puede marcar. Empieza mandando.
Qué definición. Un disparo sin espacio porque la defensa casi no le dejaba ni respirar. Lo ha hecho con la máxima efectividad.
Primer gol del partido, 1-0 en el electrónico. Messi. Hazard. Buscan crear peligro.
Se ha sacado desde ahí para sorprender al portero. Tremendo cañón tiene en el pie.
Con este ya se pone 2-0. la quiere liar. Y chuta. Intentó poner el balón lejos del alcance de su meta, pero se le fue por mucho.
Es el riesgo que tienen este tipo de disparos. Si salen bien son imparables, pero si salen mal, el balón acaba fuera del estadio.
Van Dijk. Le están poniendo intensidad al juego. El descanso se acerca y la pitada que se va a llevar el equipo local va a ser brutal, porque el partido está casi resuelto antes del descanso, Mario.
La verdad es que no estamos acostumbrados a ver a este...
¡Ojo a Ronaldo! El cabezazo escupe el balón de nuevo al césped. ¡Lo va a marcar! ¡Lo va a marcar! ¡Gol! Imposible fallar esa ocasión.
Ha sido de rebote, sí, pero eso también cuenta. Esto demuestra que la concentración tiene que estar al 100% siempre.
El marcador lo dice todo. Uno de los dos equipos se está comiendo al rival y aún queda mucho. Llegamos al medio tiempo y es hora de recuperar fuerzas en los vestuarios. Parece que han decidido realizar una doble sustitución. Arranca la segunda parte del partido. Veamos qué nos ofrecen los equipos. Messi se abre camino. Ahí está Ronaldo. La pelota en poder de Cruyff. Juega con un fenómeno Ronaldo. Para enmarcar, qué crack.